Hello. 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 Hello.
I'm pretty sure I've set my whatsamahoozy to the to the right category. Yep, so all that's there. Wait, were you was it fishing earlier? Hang on. Okay, so the fish didn't do the fishing. Why didn't the fish do the fishing? So you have 1, 2, 3 fishes. Okay, 4 fishes. All right, so fish, het, X3. Fish. All right, sky. There we go. So now there should be, like... Hey, look, a scooter! Nice. Just gonna go to the settings, because, yeah, it should be listening in. Yeah, it's like logged in, do not log in on stream while screen is URL may contain sensitive content. Pool will only include catches from your customer. You must have at least 1 custom catch for this to work. Channel points redeemed, called fish, create a touch. And I'm pretty sure it is called fish. Yep, it's fish with a capital F. And then there's a leaderboard. You can send the results, casting delay. Boost chances of ultra and rare fish. Mods can do a fish. Ah, okay, so reconnect. Okay, so that's what we want.
Hello.
All right, we'll see how that goes. Invisible Zeebs? Nah, I'm just in the background right now. I'm just in the background, like running around, doing the important work and what have you. Cause that's how this stuff works. Is I'm in the shadows. I'm behind the walls.
Hello.
All right. Even more wheels. Yeah, now you got a spare. Now you have a spare for after collecting all the necessary wheels you needed for your car. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty. Oh, that's right. I need to change the source so it's not on console capture, but it's instead on PC capture instead. I need to make sure this works. Alrighty. And I forgot how loud this can get. Dun, dun, dun. Dun. Alright. It keeps getting pulled to the Freckles sketch? Oh, do you mean the sketch that's like my shirt about to get stolen? Are you talking about the fact that, you know, me, GrantZeebs, on the regular basis gets my shirt stolen thanks to all you viewers? The latest TikTok that I shared, and plus clip, I'll be real with you. Not the one that I shared like yesterday afternoon / this morning, which was like, the Italian forget about it, but like the more recent one of like just me dancing during the outbreak. Thank you for the let it snow. Hey, what in the world, Sir Dragon? Het just redeemed that shirt and you go and steal it from them? How dare. That is totally uncalled for. They worked hard for that shirt.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Absolutely. Hi there, Fizz Tiger. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you didn't break that. No, you didn't. Good timing there as well, Fizz Tiger, with the lever being pulled by Masonic and what have you. But yeah, hi everyone. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're all doing all right. Let's have a look. So the first person in was Masonic. Thank you so much for getting in first. We got Brigo, who got in. Hello. We got Het, who's been doing a lot of fishing. We got Night Sky. Honest, shout outs to Night Sky. If I don't believe in me, Lord knows Night Sky believes in me. Himbo check 66%. Who else is in our chat? Goldie is in the chat. Hi, Goldie. Welcome, welcome. How do you fit in the walls with your massive pecs and large zebra peen? Easily. It's all an illusion. Grant, I need your pixels to reactivate Chernobyl's reactor number 4. You cannot reactivate Chernobyl's reactor number 4. I see my shirt has already been taken. Yeah, Sir Dragon took it. Sir Dragon took my shirt because, for whatever reason, Het was like, hey, I like the shirt, let it snow. Let's go for the shirt, let it snow. And then, lo and behold, he steals my shirt. And now Masonic, for whatever reason, is stealing my pixels. Open milk
bar. No, not an open milk bar. How dare. The absolute... My goodness, the absolute craziness of everyone in here. Cookie for Vol! Here's your cookie, Vol. Cookie. There you go. But yeah, the absolute wildness of stream in the first 5 minutes and such. Drink the... No, I don't have milk. Shut up. Crack open a cold one. Alright. Happy Friday! Maybe is it Friday for peeps? Hopefully it should be Friday for nearly everyone at this point, I would believe. Who's Sir Dragon doing hello? Hello, Sir Dragon. I really need to I need to have a revisit on the redeems that I have, I feel. I need to revisit them, I feel, at some point. Some of them are good, some of them don't get utilized all that much. Like, I need to have a double check, because I'm pretty sure, like, the zebra camera roll, zebra, bonk, drop, throw, those can probably go away. Peck dance and Rainbow Rush are not used all that much unless they're with something else. I need to have an icon for pick a shirt. The TTS bot, I think I'm gonna get rid of the TTS bot redeem because, like, I think ever since I had it, so, like, there was a time, believe it or not, chat, where I had subscribers able to use the TTS bot, like, just whenever they wanted. But then came the issue of the only people that were that were communicating in chat were subscribers wanting to use the TTS bot. Didn't work out very well. Keep the ball, keep the Wii bowling strike, Himbo and Cake cams will be kept. I'm not seeing people use, like, unlocking things or choosing emotes. Keep the Hyper Himbo, keep the stolen shirt. D-Himbo, Cactar Attack, drop Anvil. Meanwhile, Tanmux is still my biggest fan at 15,000. Good for him, good for him. Hi there, Lord Secret Spy. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. For me, it's July 3rd, 4:01 a.m. Okay, so it is Friday for you. But yeah, it's encroaching upon the weekend, and then we get to tomorrow, where we get to Saturday, and we get to the 4th of July, where most Americans would be celebrating Independence Day, and it'd be like a, woo, what the fuck is a kilometer? Shooting AKs in the air and all this kind of nonsense. I'll be real with you, I used to be, like, a huge celebrator of 4th of July, probably up until, I want to say, 2020? Like, yeah, no, because huge, I used to, like, I used to post something every year, but last year and this year were not years that I was feeling, hey, let me post something for 4th of July's America Independence Day. They, like, was not in the mood for it, despite, you know, this accent and my, like, affiliations and what have you. It's something that I'm not, like, enthusiastic about sharing, like, on the internet and celebrating, especially since, like, you know, all the nonsense that's going off in the United States, even regarding, because what's more is we're approaching into, like, the 250th anniversary Which is a big deal. Like, sure, there are bars in England that are older than 250 years. I understand that. I understand that the world is much, much older than 250 years, and there are things out there that are still standing to this day that have lasted longer than the United States of America. But it would have been so cool. The 250th year would have been awesome. But instead, we have fucking, like, you know, we have like Donald Whatsmahoozy, like, you know, doing a really weird state fair, and it's like a for-profit one. They've already started the state fair, by the way. Like, this all went on like back in June 30th, July 1st, and it looks fucking miserable. Cake. It looks decrepit. It looks so low numbers. Like they had like a photo of someone doing I think our plans for tomorrow are better than the state fair that is empty. Yes. Our plans tomorrow, even with the lack of plans that Artemis and I have, it's probably going to be more enjoyable than like if we were up in the United States thinking, do we want to go to the state fair? Actually, I should probably check in with my grandfather when it encroaches onto 4th of July. Because, like, my grandfather, he's up in the United States. He might be, like, for all I know, he's on another tourist adventure in an entirely different country, but it's worth checking in with him. Cutie Snap, she is a cutie? Yeah, we can check that as well. Like, look at this. We can check the cute rating right here. Hello, bot? Robot, wake up. Wake up, robot. Is it listening? There we go. 33%. Yeah, like a third of her is cute. 20% power, 30% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name. But yeah, like, this is, it's really annoying. Like, maybe at some point in the future, when we no longer have Donald Trump as our president, and we have, like, an entirely more sensible, more hopeful, like, you know, a Zoran Mondani kind of character. Although Zoran Mondani, that bot lies, I'm full cute. We will talk with the bot later. So, because, like, I still need to have a look at different thingamajiggies with the robot and such like that. Yeah, look at that. Fizz Tiger is only 8% himbo. There's Fizz Tiger. They were last playing Destiny 2. But yeah, hang on, I need to move this cup away. Maybe one day when, you know, Donald Trump is like, you know, not a crazy, like when we don't have a crazy president, 62%. Yeah, look at that. Like, you know, you got some very high numbers there. An absolute beautiful, sexy snap. Can't wait for the full art reference. Can't wait. Honestly, I am very much excited for it because, like, there's starting to be commission ideas is the thing. Like, just this afternoon, because of like all the nonsense. Nice try, Blue. You can't de-himbo me instantly until I get out of my hyper himbo mode. Just this afternoon, we were like texting each other because of like, oh hey, like, you know, I'm just gonna post this silly TikTok.
That is what we call a skill issue.
I'm just gonna post this like silly TikTok with like me just doing a little dance while my shirt gets stolen, and Artemis was like, I feel like I've stolen nearly all the shirt designs that you have, and I should, once I get my full body reference, I should just have like a picture of me with all the collected shirts I've gotten. And I'll be real with you, sounds like an amazing idea. I would most certainly grab an artist to commission them and be like, hi, here are 23 different shirt designs that I've collected over the years and such like that. Let's go and like and then here's my girlfriend's ref sheet. Can you draw her like being all like, paint me like one of your French girls while laying across like all of her treasures? Like actually that's a better question. Is like, are you gonna be like laying across like the French girl? It's just like, oh, what can I possibly wear? Or are you gonna be like, wait, hang on. I'm hyper himboed right now, so it doesn't sound right. Wait,
I don't know what my voice sounds like right now. I'm gonna need to listen to myself. Blah. There we go. These are mine. All mine. I'm hoarding them. And you're just like, you're just running your hands into them. You're just like,
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Blue.
You go suck a lemon. Why I gotta suck a lemon? Grant in a Speedo laying on a pile of stolen shirt? No, I'm not lying on the pile of stolen shirts. Artemis is. He's me as Petu, or like, I think it's American Beauty lying on the rose pose. Oh!
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Oh, hey, that's not fair. That's cheating. That's cheating, Sir Dragon. American Beauty. Oh, so like that. Yeah, okay, I can see it. Oh, Jesus Christ, Kevin Spacey. I haven't seen that name in a long time. Also, why in the world is my internet connection so shit with this? Anyway. Alright, anyway, I don't need this open the entire time. What I need to do...
And I'm dehimboed. This is not fair, Blue. I don't want this. But this is how we live. I have been booped just like that. Yeah, just like that. So, any whoosies. We have the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV to go through. I've already gone through like all of the MSQ and what have you. And look at me. There's my bunny boy. Also, I can pause the music in the background because it's no longer needed while I have this. Look at him. Look at this bunny boy. I actually got like new outfits as well. Like I collected a let's see. So that's the Miss Wake attire offending. So I'll work on you later. The Vanguard of offending. That one I need to get the gauntlets. What's this one? Inspect outfit. Can I just... Alright, hang on. So yeah, so... Ding. So these are all the different, These are all the different attires that I have done. This one was used for, like, a fashion report. It looks absolutely terrible. Do not recommend. This one I threw together thanks to the replica Sky Pirate stuff and just trying out different masks. Cause like, look at this. You can be like that, or you can be like that. Look at him. I think I'm just gonna keep him like, you know, with no hat on. And then for the body, like, I like this jacket. I like this jacket. I shall get revenge by constantly turning him into a pretty princess. Yeah, you do that to Blue. You go turn Blue Foxy Nicey Icy into a pretty princess, all right? Like, look at this. Look at Blue Foxy Nicey Icy over there. Isn't that like a cutie patootie over there in that corner? Look at him just doing this cute little wave, just like, hi. So yeah. Ooh, what about this one? What's this? Okay, so that's the Exarchic coat. And then we got the Augmented Crystallium. We got Eden nonsense. The Limbo. And then this was part of an outfit from the Dragoon. Oh, these are all Dark Knight. Hang on a sec. And then we got Paladin over here. Actually, let me just go for all and see. Light, heavy coat. Oh my god. Why? His chest is just fully out with the light, heavy coat like that. Jesus. And then boring. Eh. That's cool. Not so much. Okay, the coat is cool. I like the coat. And then we got robes. Pulmoner. And then that's Limbo. The Lunar Envoy. Augmented Lunar Envoy. Oh, why do I have these two? Okay, hang on. I need to get rid of that one because I don't need like the Lunar Envoy of Healing, healing. And then this was my jacket for fending. Ah, yes. That reminds me, I need to go for like the lower level whatsamahoozies. And then this one is the Legions. Eden Call. So that one is of the aiming. That's fending, casting. There are so many different coats that my character can now wear. The bookworm. Fending. A lot of them are fending, I will be real with you. So that's for war. Dragoon. The white mage. Pugilist. That's another one for the fending. Like, look at this. 705 slots used so far out of 800. And I still don't have enough cool attires. I need more. I need way more attires. Like, look at this. I can get... Also, I need to get, like, you know, all the different, like, crafting, like, attires and such. Like, look at this. Look at all these cool things. Okay, so that's for the Thaumaturge at level 50, like, looking like a fucking jester. And then Duelist, Plague, Uwagi, Augmented Ironworks Healing, Demon Armor, Demon Mail, Noct, Even Star, and then, yeah, like some of these, look at this. Look at my guy here. Discard all changes? Yes. Because that's what he normally looks like. I have so many oh, actually, I should check out what this new one is. Cosmic Top. Gauntlets. Ding. That's the Gambler's Boots. DOT. Where are my boots? Scion Adventurer, Glade, Bunny. Where the fuck? Cosmo. Okay, hang on a second. Filter. Cosmo. Seriously? Do I not have the... I swear I had the Cosmos... What in the... Cosmo suit. Maybe that's it? Cosmo suit. Apply. Okay, where the fuck are my, where the fuck are my boots? Helm, top, gloves, bottoms. Wait a second. Seriously? There's no boots to this? Insane. Alright, any whoosies. Below it with the open chest coat. Yeah. I will need to have a look at different, I'll need to have a look at, like, different attires I can wear and what have you. Ah, yes, big woman. Fabled earrings, I can get rid of you. I need to update your attire because, like, your gear is, like, really... Yeah, your gear is, like, really low level. I can put you into, like, level 74 gear at some point. Ding, dong. Quit. So... but yeah. Oh! Blue! 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 Actually, I forgot what I was gonna say, Blue. It's alright, Blue. Never mind, Blue. We're all good. I thought I had something important or a great idea, but I had nothing. And then... Look at this bunny girl. Look at her. Look at her. Back when I was single, I was like, I'm just gonna make Zabrella. Ella, I'm just gonna make like Pinnacle Woman twice. And then this one is the Adorable Boyton because I couldn't come up with a name for for my retainer, and chat was like, call him the Adorable Boyton. The Adorable Boyton stuck. No, cool. Sort. And... okay, that one I need to send into thingy. But, yeah, like, so many things for me to do I haven't yet got done. Ah. So yeah. So I've got weird side mission, relic gear. This one's very weird. There is no way I'm gonna get all that Alexandrite. And then this one is to do like some sort of weird VC thing at level 90, which I'm probably gonna use one of my alt classes on rather than going through it normally. Yeah. Ah, god damn it, the time. I know what we're gonna do first. We're gonna go over to Chloe and get a new book. There we go. We gotta head over to Chloe and get ourselves a new book. Now, the question is, can I trick Chloe into giving me a lower level book by picking up the book as one of my lower level classes like the White Mage? Alright, Chloe. Yay, it's Mr. Grant! Yes, it is, Chloe. I need to hand over this incomplete journal, and I need you to give me a new one. This new journal is just waiting to be filled with all sorts of wonderful stories. You'll do that with Chloe, right? If you do, you'll be my bestest friend forever and ever. Look at this woman here. She is not your best friend, okay? She gets us into degenerate gambling mode because turns out they're in this book. Like, look at this. Oh, sorry. You missed out on the cookie or an Zach. I'm so sorry. But yeah. Like, you gotta complete these things. Yep, this is the end level one because it's telling me to do like a level 100 thingy-majiggy. You put, after completing each of these things, you put a little sticker on here, and if you complete all 9 seals, you get like, you can choose between one of these 3 things, and you're guaranteed experience. If you can get a line done, you get yourself like, you know, you can pick one of these 3 rewards. If you get 2 lines, you get to pick up one of these 3, and if you get 3 lines, you don't get 3 lines. That's not fucking happening. So yeah. Now, normally, if you are, you know, just a terrible gamer and what have you, for example, let me just swap over this. Limitless Blue Extreme. Let's say, for example, you gotta do Limitless Blue Extreme. You do some of these things unsynced. So then that way you can go through them slightly faster. This one is very annoying to do because there are mechanics where you have to, like, you know, grab that guy there, grab that guy there. Also, that's the Bismarck. It's gonna make very little sense why we're on, like, the top of a fucking, like, thingy-majiggy, but, you know. And then, bang. Is he gonna do something? Yeah, he is. All right, so I need to activate the barrier thing before he hits me once again with his crustaceanary rage. And then Dragon Killer activates. And then I gotta get this one activated before, yeah, because if that thing like hits me or hits the dragon thing, it's disabled, and I have to go through another loop. It is absolutely terrible. I do not advise it. All right, so run into them, break it once, break it twice. There we go. And the whale throws us off his back. We have to do this again. Oh, shit. now we just have to... Normally, it would take us a lot longer to go through this, because this is what's called a savage raid, where we'd be, you know, doing this with a full party of 8 and all kinds of nonsense. So now I just have to wait for, you know, the Bismarck to do his little, you know, loop-de-loop here. And then once he does the loop-de-loop, like he'll do like another attack or something or rather. I need to make sure I don't fall off when I do this. And then because of him doing that, the Magitech generator falls off. There's more enemies for us to fight next. Oh boy, I nearly fell off the edge there when he did that. That would have been us needing to restart the thingamadiggy all over again. And then I need to get this going before his bombs go off. There we go. Because, yeah, if those things go off before the dragon thingy, yeah, problems. And then, bam, boom, hit this, do that, try again. Success! This would normally take like 15 to 30 minutes. This would have taken way longer back in the day. And that's how you go through earlier content when you're like max level and all that kind of nonsense. This one, The Great Hunt. Oh my gosh, Blue. Did you know in the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Blue Foxy and IC, did you know that in critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, that there are collaboration raids? Like against Rathalos? You can go up against Rathalos again. Like, look at this. All right, clear that. The Great Hunt. Honestly, this one, annoying. Skip. He wants to skip the ad, do you? Hang on. Let me just double check the party finder really quick and see if there's someone that needs to go through it real quick. Bring your own FFA, meet on Mateus. The unmasking. Oh, also, is someone right in front of me? Nope, I have no idea who that is. All right. I don't know what WT means. So they're doing like crazy stuff. Unsync, trying to get better at the mechanics. Wait, which one's Thalia? Trying to remember which one is the Thalia. Hang on. Ding. So raids. Ah, okay. So Thalia is the last one. Okay. Not my circus. But yeah, ding. Back over to Chloe's journal. But yeah, so basically you'd go into each of these different things and you'd be like, yep, let's just do it unsynced. So for instance, you would have to like, you know, soul, heart, breath, eyes of the creator. So if we do something like, say, I think eyes of the creator is like one of the quicker ones to do. We do this again unsynced. You run through it. I need to go to the Dragon Quest stuff. Yeah, you go do that. That's limited time. Monster Hunter is forever in here, but the what's-a-mahoozy you're talking about, the Dragon Quest, that is not forever. Lol. And then we jump, and then we get onto another thing, which, you know, whirls us all around. Look at him. Meow, bonk. Here we go. But yeah, because I'm like level 100 with this warrior, which is like my comfort build, I very much am comfortable going through like earlier level raids and what have you, just unsynced, so then that way we can just go through it much, much, much quicker. And then... Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. This one was a fun mechanic where, like, basically this thing, we had to fight, and it would, like, absorb things off the ground. So you had to be mindful not to just, like, start having it, start absorbing. So yeah, this here, it's absorbing stuff now. So stockpile to, like, increase its health and what have you. This was a pain and a half to do when I was doing it long ago. And I'm not going to open the treasure chest because that is a terrible idea. Yeah. And yeah, that's how you, so you can do, many of these you can't do unsynced. Like, I'm going to be real with you. You cannot do you cannot do, like, you know, current patch stuff. Some alliance raids you can't either. So 51, 61, 71. Okay, that one I can do as my healer, honestly. Open duty. All right, let me just change. So not an unrestricted party. Unable to, okay, clear selection. There we go. So we can do Holmista switch or Doch Meng. I feel like, yeah, so this is a level 70. So we can probably do the Doch Meng. And because I'm a healer, this Q will pop very quickly. And that will help complete this duty in particular, which is wanting me to do anything between 50 or 60 or 70. And then this one wants a 70 or 80 dungeon. This one wants a 90 dungeon. And then this one wants a level 100 dungeon. And then that one wants us to go through the lightweights. I don't know how to go through Cloud Deck independently yet. I feel like I would need help with someone. But yeah. Completing Chloe's journal, by the by, the reason why we go through this thing is when you complete Chloe's, like, you know, wondrous tales, the class you turn it in with gets 50% of their level done. Like, just whatever level it is. It doesn't, like, so for instance, like this here says I'd get, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1.6 million. My Dark Knight, hang on. My Scholar would get a different amount here where it's not even 1 million. Meanwhile, you know, if I do my Dark Knight, it doesn't get anything because it's max level. Hence why we're doing this with the White Mage over here. Like, look at him. Look at this guy. Look at this guy being all inquisitive. Actually, can I change his glasses? Unequipped. Nah, I don't like the goggles. We got eye patches. Cool. Oh, I like these. Hang on. Let's go with the... We got blue. We got brown. Ooh, what's purple? You know what? I like purple. And then we got the groovy glasses, which we're not going to do. But yeah, we got so many different styles of glasses. So we're going to go with the purple set. There we go. Look at that. Yeah, and this is the best gear I can wear with my White Mage, level 70, level 60, 70, 71. And then the White Oak is 70 again. But yeah. Dun 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 dun. Alright. While that is going off, I will have us go through... not the Asm Step, not the Ruby Sea. There are some random quests here that will open up blue ticks that I've been meaning to do. Yippee! Congratulations, Draconian Man, on getting up to the 7th stream streak. Good for you. Alright, so there are several blue tick quests in here that I kind of need to get around completing because they open up like a new like Domon restoration thing. Dun dun dun. Ochimi needs someone to help deliver a present. Tell me, have you met the Namazu that live in Yuzaka Manor? The manor can be found to the southwest of Name. It was originally home to a wealthy family. However, they were murdered when the Empire attacked. These days, a group of Namazu live there. They visit Name every now and then, coming to trade fish with us. They had shown an interest in some of the trees around here, so I had thought to give them a seedling in return. Although the road to the manor is long and fraught with danger, would you mind if I ask you to deliver it in my place? If you are willing to help, please collect the seedlings and vials of wood vinegar from in front of Fukudo's house. The wood vinegar will help them repel insects. Please deliver everything to a Namazu named Gyotai. So that's one of them. Let me also...
Check out my
Pecs, little man. Urgh. Also, Fukudo. Fukudo would like you to lend him his ear. Okay, so the Courage the Cowardly Lupin. All right. That's kind of like Courage the Cowardly Dog, but, you know, we're going to ignore that for a little quick minute. Also, thank you for realizing that there's a PEX command. I do appreciate it. All right, vial of wood vinegar. So we get those two things. And then we need to deliver those to the manor that's over there. So we hop onto our mount. We get the good boy. Look at this. Look at this purple energy boy. Meow. Dun, dun. It's in the about, by the way, chat. The commands are in the about. Yes, there are several commands that you can find in my about section. There's all sorts of them. I highly recommend checking them out when you have free time. Lord knows there is going to be a lot of silly downtime in me, GrantZeebs, playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansions up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime. Join us in Eorzea today. I was watching one of the streamers and what have you. Okay, there we go. Look at this guy. Hey, Artemis! Check out my pecs, little lady. Look at that. Also, these are the Namazu. Look at this. Look at these guys.
Check out my pecs, little man.
Repair my gear. Repair all inventories. Sorry, I just need to repair some. Don't mind if I do. She don't mind if she do. She don't mind. She do this all the time. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so we did all the repairs. I have so little money as well. I need to fix that. Yes, yes, you have business with us? Here's a seedling and some wood vinegar. Oh my, most sincere thanks to the kind people of Name. Since we've been living here, we have been feverishly reading through the manor's collection of books. Oh, no easy task it was. One of the books talked of something called Hanami. It was described as a tradition of enjoying the aesthetic beauty of flowers. I told the people of Name of my fascination with the subject. To think they remembered and sent us these gifts. We shall raise this plant well so that we too can someday enjoy Hanami. Yes, yes. Dun, 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 dun. All right, there's another blue tick. Also, look at this. Look at these guys. Dun. Gyoku, Hard Whiskered Namazu, Gyoboku, Gyoshu, and then Gyon. Dun 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 dun. Okay, fuck it. Gyorian. Ooh, they gave us a ring for our troubles. Although I'll probably just take the Savage Might. You look not as one has hailed from here. May I inquire? Are you a traveler? An adventurer? If so, there is a deed I would ask of you. But before we delve into details, introductions are in order. I am Gyorrin. Gyorrin I am. I live in this shack with others like myself. I, like many, have a dream. Yes, yes. I aspire to become the greatest of merchants, to be rich, to be wealthy beyond compare, and then to have an apron made for me that is mine and mine alone. Yes, yes, that is my dream. Among the many treasures in our shacks are a collection of kimonos that someone left behind. Beautiful pictures, wise words. One tells the ancient tale of a poor merchant who rose to great heights. Yes, yes, ever since reading that, I have dreamt of doing the same. In that very tale, an able adventurer, much like yourself, appeared. Quite clever, quite knowing, he gifted to the merchant his wisdom, his ways, and lo, here you are. It can be no mere coincidence. It is fate, destiny. You must forgive my manners. In my excitement, I neglected to ask your name, your title. Might I have it? GrantZeebs, is it? Then I shall call you Grant. Yes, yes, that will do nicely. Now, where were we? Ah, of course, I was hoping to enlist your aid in my rise through the merchant ranks. I'm afraid I'm quite forgetful these days, I am. My storehouse lies not far from here. Would you do me the honor of paying a visit? I keep all my wares there, my treasures, my trinkets. I should very much like to hear your honest appraisal, yes, yes? Come then, Grant. You need only... Oh, hello, raiders! Kelta the Pomeranian! Oh my goodness, the Pomeranians are a small but hearty breed. Welcome, raiders. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer going through games in my backlog, both new and old. Well, for the first time on stream. I am currently going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. What were you playing? It looks like you were playing something called the Rhythm Heaven Groove. Oh, the message has already gone away. What was the... Hang on. Let me... Ding. Move up, move up, move up, move up. No, okay, I lost it. Never mind. The Palm is taking a break for the night. We had a ton of fun streaming for 11 hours straight. Jesus Christ, we played Pokemon Black and White, Magic, Casualties Unknown, some Tamagotchi Life, and then the Rhythm Heaven, the new Rhythm Heaven. Let us give this lovely Himbo Zebra some love and support. Aw, thank you, Kelta. Thank you so much for bringing your viewers over here. I greatly appreciate it. Hi there, Omega Platinum. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. I was about to type for the raid message, pull his nipples, but I think that might have been a bit too much. Yeah, no, don't pull the nipples. I have put a lot of work into my zebra. I've nerfed the nipples while they are on stream and such like that. I have like much crazier nipples and what have you. I'm gonna be real with you for the zebra, so be very mindful of that. 92% bimbo rating there for Omega Platinum. Nice work. She a real bimbo. Is what we did all day. But yeah, I'd rather suckle them. Yeah, see, like this is what happened. This is what happens when you mention nipples into my stream. I get to, you know, be a cheeky fella and have male presenting nipples. So then that way when I'm topless, I don't get a Twitch ban or anything like that, which is, you know, sexist. I feel like we should free the nipple. We should allow both men, women, and intersex to allow themselves to have... Oh, the party finder went off. We're going into a dungeon. The Palm being here. It's good to see you again, sweetheart. I don't know if you remember me at all, but I came by the other stream when you and Foxy were playing River City Girls. Oh! Yeah, with Blue Foxy and Icy, one of my moderators. He does his own streams and such like that. Also, thank you, Omega, for being my biggest fan. Fuck Tanmux. He ain't my biggest fan. You're my biggest fan. And gave you a lovely raid, or I mean follow. I appreciate that, Kelta. Thank you so much. I cracked open a cold one. Ding! Dong! I'm gonna get... Alright. Alright. Here we go. Alrighty. So F2 is to select onto the thingy. We use Holy. And then where is the thingy? There's the thingy. Oh, shit. Okay. Fuck. Aerial. There we go. And then another heals. I got a panic heal in the control shift 2. Actually, fuck it. Oh, you are not doing too strongly. Hang on. Blood Lily? No? Okay, fine. Shit. Swift cast, raise. And then ding dong. Sorry. And then benediction, so then that way you get the full heals. Okay, so I'm probably gonna have to focus on the heals here, and rather than, like, you know, be the fun whatsamahoozies. Someone's typing. Grants itself and nearby, reducing damage by 10%. Okay, cool. Party members on the will receive additional healing upon... Yep, okay, so the next time we get into the whatsamahoozy thing, we'll be able to... Oop, hello. F2 to do a QR2. And then we do Holy, just so then that way we can do a... Go. And there we go. Blood Lily. Alrighty. Ding. Dink. So then that way we interrupt you. Unless, of course, they don't let you. And then dink. Yep, I definitely am not making this guy I feel comfortable if he's throwing up Sentinel at this stage. There we go. Oh, damn it. What? Was I not targeting him? I might not have been targeting him then. I might have... Alright. Okay, so Benediction isn't up yet, but alright. Damn it, I should have rescued you. Oh! What the? Okay, I'm a little lost now. I might have mistimed that one. Oh, okay, I need to miss the floods. Yeah, okay, now I get it. Because they do like a weird area of effect thing. Streaming. And then addiction, so then that way you stay alive. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god. You are not doing too hot. Let's keep you up and alive. There we go. Phew. All right. Not as easy as I thought. Ooh, I will need on those. Lucid dreaming, give you the regen. Presence of mind. Nope, never mind. I need to heal you. Also, why are you losing so much health so quickly? Am I missing something with... First... Lucid dreaming once again. Hello. My Twitch was being weird. It was taking a while to load the chat. All good, all good. I'm just going through the dungeon at my own sort of like pace right now, trying not to screw up and have the tank die again. Because I already had them like die for the first time like way back earlier. Go, and then... There we go. Still alive, thank Christ.
Night
shit.
Sky Gem paid me to say him off the bed. Good night, y'all. You.
Good night, Night Sky. Thank you for sticking around for as long as you did. Once again, you got, like, hit pretty hard. Am I, like, missing a particular mechanic I should be doing as a healer? Fending, I'll pass on that. Fending, pass on that. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. What the? Oh, okay, so I probably needed to... Alright, so I need to block this one.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, I greatly appreciate it. There we go. Scouting, greed you, casting, greed you. One. Oh, cool. Come. Had to restart my phone to get my phone connected back to normal even though my internet was good. All good, all good. Alright. 1, hold off for, so we can explain fight. Alright. Big stretch. Big stretch for the big one. Oh! Explain the fight for you, Grant. Appreciated. Riveting gameplay being presented and blocked by my pecs. Boom. Kill feed. Oh, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? There we go. Back. I don't normally do healer very often. I have to be like very hyper vigilant about other classes and what have you way more. Because normally like as a tank I'm just like, fuck it. And I wasted my swift cast like an idiot. I use it as much as possible instead of cure, and you save. Alright, so... Ding. So my actions that use lilies are... So Thin Air does the thingamajiggy faster. I don't have that many blood lilies. Like, this one costs 1 blood lily, but that's it. Alright, so... Because, yeah, Cura uses all the MP, so I've got Divine Benediction, Asylum, Tetragramation, Tetra's Confession. Is that if it turns towards us, move behind it. I think the skill is far apart, so turn those in and come in front to frogs. Radio. Nice. Damn it, Nod is not a... The Zeebs does not concern himself with you getting hit. The Zeebs is a DPS healer. I am not a DPS healer, but I would like to contribute to the DPSing when I can, okay? That is all. The next bigger thing beyond that is that it'll push us away to the south end. There will be a gap to clear. There's a small bridge to cross. Little leg room. Get to the other side, and in the glowing circle, then attack. Being in count. Last big thing is that when it will transform, don't stand in front of it, and if it raises its tentacles, either get directly to the sides or behind it. Yeah, okay.
Ah, shit. Four, three, two, one. da, 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 da. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Hey, I got 2 commendations for that. But yeah, every time I could have been hit by the toad thingamadiggy, I got hit by the fucking toad thingamadiggy. It had a much wider cone than I was expecting every time. But yeah. But the good news is, another leveling dungeon out of the way. We now have level 70 things available to us, like Alamigo, Kugane Tower, or Temple of the Fist. Actually, no, hang on a second. Let me just withdraw really quickly. I need to go to the bathroom. I chugged down like an entire Coke really quickly, and I got a second one open like an idiot. So I need to go on a bathroom break real quick. I am so sorry. There we go. And look at that, I still have my shirt on. During that entire dance, Artemis didn't steal my shirt. I appreciate that oh so much. Thank you so much, Artemis, for letting me keep on this cool Monster Hunter shirt. I actually like this Monster Hunter shirt, by the by. Alrighty. Giorin, what do you got for me? I will be right back with it. You need only wait a moment. Because I'm fighting with my new keyboard whilst I play Final Fantasy. Oh, you're playing through Final Fantasy XIV as well. Where are you up to right now? Here we are. My pride, my passion. This is a collection of everything I have come to gather to own. It is quite remarkable, is it not? Amazing, astounding. Here we have grilled mayflies. Oh, and here are some desiccated toad. And this lovely vase here simply begs to have things placed within it, does it not? Yes, yes it does. Well, what do you think? Come now, be honest, be true. What do your eyes see that will fetch a fair price at the market, None. There is nothing I'm not gonna do that to too many to count. It is truly a trove fit for a dragon. Like, who knows? That vase could be worth something. I don't know how the market board works some days. You are very generous, very kind, just as the adventurer in the Emma Camino. But your eyes betray your words. It is plain you see nothing of value here, nothing of worth. Nevertheless, a dream is a dream, and I shall not relent. No, no, I will find another path to greatness, another way to obtain what people desire, for I am destined to be a merchant of renown. Yes, yes. Now, bearing all that in mind, whatever shall I do? Yes, yes, I do believe an idea has come to me. Fish! People eat fish, and so it stands to reason that they must buy them, purchase them. I will take to fishing to provision my own supply, my own stock. I will bring my catch to you, Grant, and with your adventuring wisdom, you can tell me which fish will sell and which will not. Your kind and Your kind and mine have very different tastes, different likes. Yes, yes, we do. It will fall to you to enlighten me as to which fish agree with the palates of men. Until then, I shall await you by the water. Dun, dun, dun. Trying to complete questions and Lancers. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, he's all the way over there. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this will not serve. It will not serve at all. No, no. I set out to fish, just as we have spoken about it when last we met. But I am ashamed to admit, I slipped on some wet stone and my rod, my pole broke. I dropped it, lost it. Yes, yes, it is gone. And before you ask, no, I could not retrieve it. I am a... Hi there, Ms. Quack. Welcome to the stream. I could not retrieve it. I am Namazu of the city, not of the wild. To cast myself into a running river is tantamount to taking my own life. Hi there, Ms. Quack. Oh my god, I love you. Love you. Thank you, but I am in a committed relationship. Welcome to the stream, Ms. Quack. Hopefully you're having a wonderful evening. Before... Will you help me in this, Grant? Will you find my rod and retrieve it? Return it? It is very dear to me. Yes, yes. Please, I beg this of you. I know not where else to turn. Alrighty, so now I need to go and find a fishing rod out in the water because apparently the What's-a-Mahoozy guy did not want to... Hang on, let's... Can you, like, let me go down? Dive does not... How the fuck do I get in here? Like, there is a means to dive. Like, I've seen it happen. Like, watch this. Yeah, there we go. There. For whatever reason, I can dive while on a mount, but I can't dive on my own. Alrighty, so... There's a random boat here. And... Where the fuck is your fish? Oh, there's your... There it is. Gyorin's fishing rod. Is there a Persona 5 collab in this game? I don't believe so. I don't believe they've done like a Persona what's-a-mahoo's that you're thinking of. All right, now to swim back up to the surface. Control space in order to dive without a mount. Ah, I've honestly forgotten to do a lot of that. But yeah, look at this. And then with this, we swim back up to the surface. Gyorin, my beloved. My precious pole! My irreplaceable rod! I am but half a man without it! Here's your fishing rod. My rod! You found it! As I knew that you would! I owe you a debt of gratitude, of thanks! Yes, yes I do. Yet I confess, I admit I have been thinking on things since I lost it. Yes, yes, much thinking. It occurred to me, all the Namazu I know are fishmongers. They are, each and every one. That fact led me to recall another passage I read among the Emakamino. It said, for one to make their mercantile mark, one must offer something no other merchant does. A new product, a new service. Honestly, this man is going through, like, classical capitalism, venture capitalism. I am rooting for Gyorin because let's be frank here. Having, like, you know, providing a new product or a new service, that is classic capitalism right there. Not like modern capitalism right now, where instead of having, you know, a brand new product or a new service or doing it at a cheaper rate, instead you go through enshittification, where you reach critical mass with a product that you cannot possibly continue maintaining, in which case you start raising the prices and removing, oh hey, another quest thingamadiggy went up. I missed all the battle he said. Merchant's house, and so I have made up my mind. I will look for another way to make my fortune. Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, look, another bunny boy! This is gonna be annoying. Oh, worse, he's a Dark Knight as well. He isn't gonna have self-heals, this fucker. Achoo! Oh, Jesus. Oh, never mind. Well, I'm gonna help out Brick however I can. Oh, damn it, ninjas! Alrighty. Okay, this one I'm doing a lot better. Hi there, Nina Sornis. What's good? I am currently going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion, up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime. I'm not paid to say this, by the by. I'm just a fan of the game. Shit. Where the fuck are you? Where's my rescue? They're probably gonna be pissed off with me for doing that, but I don't care. You were going to explode, Black Mage. Have you played Magic the Gathering? There's a Final Fantasy collab. There's also a Spider-Man collab in the... in that one as well. Wrong button. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Can you, like, Dark Knight, can you just, like, keep yourself alive for a little longer? I didn't expect to be using all my tricks then. Damn it. There we go. Final Fantasy is super fun. It is. I see you're playing with your crystals again. Yeah, I'm playing through Crystal. I'm on Crystal Goblin right now. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, Ninasaur, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. I will be in more better, like, you know, conversation and what have you when I'm not in the middle of a dungeon trying to keep a Dark Knight alive. Are you kidding me? Oh, shit. You'll be right back? All good. I will still be here. You got my keyboard working? You just had to reconfigure the keyboard settings. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Survive for like more than a couple minutes. There we go. Fending, I don't care. Casting, it's an earring, which doesn't help me. Dun, dun, dun. There's no Dragon Quest collab, which I was surprised. No, there is a Dragon Quest. I swear there's a Dragon Quest collab right now. God fucking damn it. Why? Why, Dark Knight? I was barely keeping up with you as is. And what's more is, like... Oh, for Magic the Gathering you meant there wasn't one. Yeah, because here's the thing, genius. I can barely keep up with you when you, like... Could you fucking stop, please, with your... God fucking damn it, man. Fending. That was still tough to do. I saw your post, X, and came here, and your stream was open until you started, but I locked in with work and had to chat. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Lol, he got no funds. Get fucked, my man. Yep. Because if he got like way more money, his attacks are more powerful. Apparently this guy is like a summon in like a previous Final Fantasy game. Never played the other Final Fantasies. This is the only Final Fantasy I've played, like oldest wise. The others I've played is Final Fantasy 15 before I ever started streaming, and then a little bit of Final Fantasy 16, but I wasn't really interested in it because I didn't care for like high fantasy bullshit. Agreed on the red mage. Pass. Ooh, need on that one. Fuck it, give it a brick road. Final Fantasy X summon. Ah, okay. Also, hi there, Leonis. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty, we are now done with that wondrous tale. God fucking damn it, Chloe. Can you not give me a good line? Like, how in the... Like, I can imagine getting to, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, which gives us a total of 8, but, like, how in the... God darn, locked in. But yeah. I died fighting beasts, very rude of them. We'll take a break to cook and eat the dinners. All good, Artemis. Sorry I wasn't able to join in and help you out with, like, what's-mahoozies while there. No wealth like mineral wealth. Ooh, nice. The Glistering Basin, Gioran eagerly awaits the next opportunity for you to aid him in his ascension to mercantile greatness. I am ready to begin my life as a miner, a prospector. Yes, yes. I need to search for my fortune, my fame. I am sure it lies to the west of our manor. I will go ahead of you, Grant, but please do come and find me. Yes, yes. Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Ooh, I can change from that to Thinging Cane. There we go. All right. Dun, dun. All right, next up on the Wondrous Tales is a level 90 dungeon, Crystalline Conflict, or a deep dungeon. Fuck it, let's do a casual match of Crystalline Conflict. Let's get it out of the way. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, Gyoyan. Let me guess, you lost your pickaxe again. Where to look? Where to look? Grant, you gave me a fright, but I am glad to see you. It was so good of you to come and visit. I am prospecting for ores as we speak, using my fortune-seeking barbells. Yes, yes, the Namazu barbell is a sensitive thing. Mine will detect where the most precious of ores lie. I do believe I found something. I feel a tingle, a twinge in my barbells. They tell me there is a great mineral wealth to the north. I must go. I must away. Your channel points are so cool. Thank you there, Nasaurus. But yeah, so I first went into like the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 like 3, maybe 4 years ago now, and I thought, you know, it's an MMORPG. I can probably get this done in like 6 months if I do something once a week in it. It took me 3 years. I got in when Stormblood was finished, and it took me until Endwalker was already into their post-content stuff before I was able to, like, you know, get up to date with shit. I was there for when Dawn Trail released, which was pretty impressive. Locked in. It was my own damn fault. I was taking on, like, 4 beasts similar to level at me at once. Ah, okay. Yeah, that would do it. You're a Lancer. It's okay. You're what the community will call a floor tank. That's what people call Lancers when like the overconfident Lancers. They call them floor tanks. All right, it looks like we're fighting in a library. It's winter for me at the moment. It's gonna be so cold now. Hey, me too. It is. These homes in Australia are not built for the cold. Might I tell you? They are not. Barely any insulation, and they're like, oh, like, you know, we want to have a draft, we want to have air being able to flow through the home because it gets extremely hot. And it's like, yeah, but if you do terraforming nonsense to your home, like, you know, double glassed as window panes and, like, you know, proper, like, you know, flooring and such, not only does it protect you from the extreme heat, but, like, extreme cold, but then it also helps you keep the cold air you create in. Ridic. You know what? I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea what half of these buttons do. Disseals unexpected. Okay, cool. Voom. All right, let's head over to. There we go. Oh, come on. Ah, damn it. He killed me. I was doing fairly well there. Are you a fan of Zelda, Zebra? I've played the Legend of Zelda games. I played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Alrighty. Through the magics. What in the world? I had a shield on. How did I get killed so quickly? Oh. Guinevere Pendragon is probably going to be the more annoying one to deal with. Oh, hang on, we got a marker. Oh, god damn you. Two of us are down. All but two of them are up. Oh, but they're on the point. But yeah, PvP, I'm terrible at. I barely understand how to do PvP well, I'm sorry to say. Ah, it took two of them, like, living right on top of me, and I just, like, was holding the point. I just needed them to hold the point, so then that way we can get rid of him. There we go. Yay! Victory! Hell yeah. I'm giving it to... Oh, the devil's gone. I'm giving... Damn it. I can't give accommodation to anyone! But hey, got it done. It is all well and good to have found a choice mining location, but I am afraid my hand is stayed. There are a host of nasty beasts lingering, prowling. I can't get to the ore for fear of my life. Please, Grant, please, must you help me? All right, looks like we're helping him. Also, let me just get my chocobo out. Donk. There's the crystal greens. All right. Dun 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 dun. There we go. Jesus, Chloe. Why can't you make an easy line? Shuffle. Yep, that's better, because now I just need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're good. So this one's more capable of being a 3-liner. I knew those monstrosities would pose no match for you. Yes, yes, no match at all. I will mine these lands in a massive hole of ore the likes of which Zania has never seen. But it will require some time, some patience. Yes, yes. You should return to my warehouse and await me, Grant. I shall not bore you with my digging, my picking. Dun 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 dun. Clear. Clear selection. All right. Let's see. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. The deed is done! Finished! Yes, yes! And what a haul we have! Come, Grant, and behold the fruits of my labor! Look at how they sparkle! Look at how they shine! I have no doubt that these ores will see me to greatness, to fame! I must show them to Gyofu. Yes, yes, he is very knowledgeable about the selling of ores. His appraisal will be most reassuring. Dun, 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 dun. Look at it, he's just like... Gyofu! I have something for you to inspect, to see. You certainly are in good spirits. What is it, Gyorin? Excuse me. I have been mining and brought my first haul of findings for your appraisal, your evaluation. Tell me, how much gil will these ores fetch at the market? Is that where you've been off to all this time? Well then, let us have a look, shall we? Yes, yes. Look at these fish. Look at these catfish. You want the truth of me, yes, Gyorin? Mm-hmm. And nothing besides. Yes, yes. Tell me your honest opinion. It is difficult to place a value on these ores you have. Quite difficult indeed. And that is because they are so very, very worthless. You dragged a veritable pile of garbage across Zanzia and into our manor. Worthless? But my barbells twinged. I would have stalked my life that these ores were valuable. But thank the gods I did not. I suppose I must find another way, another means to make my fortune. Thank you, Gyofu. I do appreciate your honesty, your candor. Yes, yes. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, such a shame. Dun, 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 dun. You may be wondering why I'm doing these particular quests. Well, the reason being is because I want to try and unlock the Doman Enclave Restoration, which requires me doing like different kinds of things, and I think it's either... I use my barbells to detect the ore, just like my master taught me. Yes, yes, I did. I suppose the barbells of my line are not fit for mining. Still, my dream is my dream. I will not give up yet. I will find another path to greatness, and when I do, you will be the first to know, to hear, Grant. Dun. Cool. Hairpins I do not care for. I failed at prospecting, at mining. I was so sure I would succeed. Never have I been so disappointed in myself. But still, I will not give up now. If I do, it will never be rich, wealthy indeed. I have already thought of another way to make my fortune. Yes, yes. I turned once more to my Emikimono for wisdom. There, I found a tale of a merchant who sold the wings and scales of monsters, of beasts. That will be my next endeavor. I know this time it will work. Just imagining myself trapping beasts and collecting their parts made my barbells twinge. But I am just a Namazu. I have no hope of hunting these monsters and slaying them in battle. I will have to trap them, ensnare them, and I would like your help in procuring the bait I require for my traps. There are beasts known as water serpents that slither throughout the glittering basin. If you would be so good as to fell 3 of them, I would have enough meat to set all the traps I need. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. This man will fail. This man is not gonna do too good. Alright. Yonk. Alright. To the other side of the glistening basin. Yonk. Dun, dun. Excuse me. Alrighty then. Time to kill some water serpents. Hey, Artemis, you stole my... I'm guessing you're done with making dinner now if you're back here stealing my shirt. Alright. Also, this was honestly such a funny mount to get through the, like, the crazy tales of Hildebrand. Like, I'm getting abducted by a UFO. This is a mount. Yes, needs a show with my dinner. Aren't I showy enough? Aren't I enough for dinner and a show? Like, you gotta steal my shirt too? Alrighty, Gyorin. How goes the hunt? Were you able to obtain the fresh water serpent flesh as I asked? Here you go, water serpent flesh. And here you go. You are, but it's better without a shirt. Yes, yes, this is precisely what I need, and for my part, I've already finished constructing my traps. All that is left is to venture into the wild and set them. I do not wish to bore you with such a chore. Await me here, and I shall return shortly. Yes, yes. Dun, dun. All right, now we're waiting around for him. Also, look at my guy. Look at him with the cool, like, tinted sunglasses. I love them. I love that I've acquired those. And then that's my chocobo over there. Gyorin is taking far too long to set his traps. Perhaps something has happened. Oh no, we must now investigate. So we can do heavyweight, we can do level 100, level 90 dungeon, second walk, alliance in the Shadowbringers, heavyweights M1 or 2, the extreme hunt. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, let's do a level sync. Let's see what happens here. Sorry, I just need to do this real quick. Also, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this fate as quickly as I hope. Let's see if I can get through this quest quickly. I don't think I'm gonna get this particular fate done in 3 minutes because, like, that's the timer in the top there, but I shall try. As in, you have glasses now, and you're bunny girl. Yeah, nice. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so we're dealing with Koshu. Throw the rocks even harder. Congrats on getting glasses as well for your bunny girl. Can't wait to see how she's looking as, like, you know, more of your quests go through. Have you unlocked glamours yet, is the question. 2 minutes left. Let's see if I can get through this. Minute and a half left. I don't think I'm gonna get this quest done in time. Yeah, there's too many of them with like a minute remaining. Jesus Christ. 40 seconds left. Yeah, I'm not gonna get this done in time. Oh, maybe. Maybe? Do I get... Nah, I need to get this done in... Oh! Yeah, no, I did it! Yeah, I did it! Woo! Ooh, I got a new thingamadiggy. I got something called Afflictus something or other. Performing actions that consume blood lilies will nourish... Consuming lilies will nourish the blood lily. The blood lily will bloom after consuming 3 lilies, allowing the execution of Alphatus Misery. The healing gauge displays the current number of lilies a white mage has accumulated. Lilies are accumulated as the time passes while engaged in combat. Lilies are consumed by using the actions of Afflictus Solus and Afflictus Rapture, acquired at level 76. Okay, so Afflictus Solstice. Okay. There's Afflictus. So that's a 5. Okay. Didn't realize I had nothing in... No idea. There was something about glamours the other day, but I don't remember. All good. We'll be able to revisit it once I meet up with you again in Final Fantasy XIV. Gyorin! My boy! What happened to you? Why are you flapping around in the fish? He's sleeping with the fishes. Thank you, my friend. You have saved me yet again. I was out simply setting my traps, and then I suppose I got a bit too excited and stepped into one of them. How embarrassing. How shameful. I am finding that an effective trap is truly a dangerous thing. Yes, I do believe I must abandon this trapping endeavor. I put faith in my Emma Kimono and tried several ways to make my fortune, my fame, yet none of them have gone well. None at all. I must return home and speak with Gyofu. He is very smart, very clever. Perhaps he has some ideas to what path I might tread. Dun, 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 dun. My failures are coming in quick succession, but I will not give up, and I hope you will not give up on me, Grant. For now, I shall return to my warehouse. Yes. Dun. All right. Donk. Excuse me. All right. Yunk, donk, and then... My wounds have been seen to, tended to. I was told they are not grievous. I owe that blessing to you, Grant. Had you not found me as quickly as you did, I fear the worst may have happened. Ooh. Cool stuff. Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna have a... Whoop, wrong J. Here we go. So we have seasonals, we have side quests. I need to double check. Is it Gear Albanian? No. Zero Tolerance Tea House. Nope, I did not complete the correct quests. I got a new idea, Grant. I'll leave the ideas to Gyofu. That is my idea. Yes, please come with me. Let us hear what wisdom Gyofu has to offer. Okay, did I complete this one? Okay, so I did complete that one. So now I need to work on something called Little Rascals is next. All right, once I complete this blue tech, I'll move on to what's called Little Rascals. Dun 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 dun. Gyofu, I have something to ask of you. I want you to tell me all you know. That much I can do. What is it, Gyorin? You're not looking your normal chipper self. I've been reading my Emma Kimono. They tell of so many ways to make one's fortune, and I've tried them all. Each one, but I have yet to meet with any success. And so I want to ask you, Gyofu, if you were in my barbells, what would you do? Do you know of any path I can walk to quick wealth? Any at all? A quick path to wealth? I suppose there is one thought that comes to mind, but it is dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. Do you know of the ruins that lie to the east of here? They were once a Garlean stronghold. Within them, there still remains all manner of weapons, relics from the days of war. At least that is what the rumors say. Yes, yes. There just might be some treasure there. Weapons so fine they would put even the smiths of Doma to shame. Maybe, maybe not. I cannot say for sure. But what can I say for sure is, those ruins and the way to them are fraught with peril. Lupin turned looters prowl the place. Monstrous hounds called Taquan lurk in the shadows. There is no wealth to be had in death, Gyorin. No, no. You should not go to that place. Treasures? Relics? Is it more than I hoped for? Thank you, Gyofu. I knew I was right to ask you. It would not be a quick path to wealth if it were not dangerous along the way. That, too, was written in my Emma Kimono. I will go to these ruins and I will find my fortune. Where's my water? I misplaced my water. Still, I do not stand much of a chance against Lupin and the Tao Quan, and whatever other dangers may come. Of course! You'll come with me, won't you, Grant? I knew that you would. Yes, yes. Come, then, let us away! How do you miss a bottle that big? Because I walk around with it. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me quickly find my water bottle, okay? Let me find it. Vibes-based gaming. Thank you for the follow. I'm looking for a water bottle. It's like two liters inside. Found it. Found it. It was in the kitchen. Dun 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 dun. Alright, okay. We're back. I found my water bottle. It was in the kitchen. I didn't have to explore that long. Dun dun. Alrighty then. We gotta speak to Gyoin over there. Dun 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 dun. Hey, there she is. Alrighty. So you're still over in the North Shroud. Alrighty, alrighty. I have no idea how I made it this far without being seen, not spotted, not smelled. Maybe I have a talent for going undetected. I wonder if that is a skill I could use to get rich. I will think of more on it later. For now, let us keep the pace. I will make it all the way to the Garlean ruins without a soul other than you, and I know of it. Yes, yes. What an odd week it's been for the S-rank spawners on Falup. It was found out that the Stormblood S-rank Sultan Light has been spawned and sniped, which seems to be twice without any reports of spawn or death. So you've been trying your best to reset this mystery spawn window. Ooh, okay. Okay, hang on a second, hang on a second. Hang on, Falup. Let me just double check that I get the right link. So, you're saying that over in here, in the United States, for, hang on, Goblin, it's been sniped on Bryn twice. Oh, on Bryn. Okay, hang on. Let me change from BYRN. Hang on a second. Let me find the whatsamahoozies. I need to change my Brynhilder you're talking about? And it's an S rank for Stormblood, so that's shift. So outside of Heaven's Ward, not Dawn Trail or Endwalker. So Shadowbringers. There it is, Stormblood. Salt and Light. Apparently Salt and Light is running right now. The window has been open for the last for 19 minutes and 51 seconds it looks to be open, capping at 7. So window will close in 4 days. So potentially killed as early as last month. You just made an attempt at spawning it. Okay. How is it spawned normally? Discard a single stack of 50 does not count as discard 50. You'll need to split the stack and use the discard action one by one. It doesn't matter which items you discard, any type of item. Our recommendation is using the same cheap vendor food you use to spawn Brontes. Contrary to the tip provided by NPC, it doesn't matter where in the zone you discard the items, even if you're right by the Aetheryte, it will count. As with all quota triggers, a spawn after exactly 50 discards is not a guarantee if the window is not yet capped. Also, a successful spawn attempt can occur before you discard 50 due to other player activities in the zone counting towards it. Okay. Okay. The cap will reach in 4 days. Brynhilder. Can I get to Brynhilder from Crystal? Yeah, I can get to Brynhilder from Crystal. You have an over 600 stack of high-quality hematite from Goldsmith Achievement Grinding. Oh! Hi there, Code. Why not Salt and Pepper? I don't know why. Salt and Light is just the name they gave it. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can turn in this quest shortly. And then let me see if I can do a world travel to you and see if I can help you out, because I got plenty of eggs. I've made it without a single beast or fiend taking notice of me. All too easy, but now for the hard part, to find whatever treasures await. By the by, I did see a horde of some rather mean-looking lupin just over there. Very nasty, very feral. So here's my plan. While I search these containers for anything worth selling, you create a diversion and lure the lupin away from me. Yes, yes, you are an adventurer. Surely you live for quests such as this. Alrighty, so... I accidentally hit the wrong thing. There we go. Since Tuesday, the window should be open at some point today. So long as, like, 50 thingamadiggies is discarded. The perfect diversion. Thank you, Grant. I could hear the din of battle while I searched. I walked desperately to come and help you, but I managed to stay true to my task, and I found some relics that look quite valuable to the eye. I will head back to the manor and show them to Gyofu. He will know if there is anything here worth selling, and I have a feeling that this time there is. Must be. Has to be. You made an attempt at spotting it just 5 minutes ago. All right, hang on. Dink. Get on my horse. Hand in the quest. Hopefully this is the last of the blue tick quests for this particular fella. Because there's another one up here, which is for the lupin, which might take a while. Healing quests? Nah, this is just a random blue tick quest code. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Alrighty. Look, Gyofu, I've returned from the Garlean ruins, and here is my haul. What do you think? Do you see anything here that will fetch a fair price at the market? You truly went to the ruins? And returned to speak of it? You're a braver Namazu than most, Gyorin. Courageous, bold. Come then, show me what you have. This unlocks the Beast Tribe. Ah, okay. Oh, look, he got gunblades. Good for him. This piece is very fine indeed, and this one as well. A truly fortuitous find. Well done, Gyorin. Every weapon here looks to be valuable. They need a bit of touching up here and there, but yes, they will fetch you a good deal of coin. The Garleans have been flushed out from Doma, but the Domans still have need of arms to defend themselves. These weapons you've collected will certainly sell, and sell quickly. Do you think so? Truly? I finally found something worth selling, worth peddling, worth vending? Have you ever heard Gyofun to give a false appraisal? No, your dream is at hand, Gyorin. Sell these weapons, take the coin you make, and with it you can stare down the path to becoming a legendary merchant. I will! Starting this day, I'm going to open my own shop. I will name it the New Rich. Customers will flock to my doors from all over Yanzia. Yes, my business will thrive and my coffers will overthrow, and my barbells will guide me to greatness. Thank you for all your help, Grant. You have been with me through it all. I will not forget you when I am at the top. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, get the Savage Aim. Look, I have some cool new glasses. I got some new shaded glasses. It's really cool looking. There we go. Alrighty, so it looks like there's another blue quest, but instead of doing that, I am gonna head over to the Malstrup Aetherite. So then that way I can do a little quick, like, you know, moving around nonsense. Dun, dun. Actually, while I'm here, I will hand over some. Dun, 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 dun. I'm pretty sure I'm using that, aren't I? Yeah, oh yeah, no, I'm using the Fey Cane, okay. Fey Rod then, I will get rid of. And then Gloves of Healing. So level 73 is not useful in this scenario. Yeah, let's deliver that. Let's deliver that. Let's deliver that. I'm delivering a lot of random accessories. By the way, what was it I joined you for last week? I think it would have been something related to... It would have been related to a raid or a trial. Maybe it was to do with the Pandemonium. I think it was to do with Pandemonium at the time. Fabled Earrings of Slaying. Get rid of them. The Expanse Rapier. Deliver that. And then... Wizard Hat. Get rid of that. Smuggler's Earrings. Get rid of that. Like herpes in a university dorm, I strike again. Hello. I wasn't expecting herpes. Do I want to throw anything else out? No, not at this point. All right. So, now comes the very fun thing. It was Prob's Pandemonium. That's how I found you, and my dumbass just now followed. All good. All good. I appreciate the follows. So yeah, alrighty. I need to head over to the Limsa Lominsa Aetherite Plaza. And then not too crowded. And then from here, we can visit another world server, such as Brynhildr. So now we're doing a world I wish we could do this world visit from other Aetherites. Like, we didn't have to do this from only Damn, Limsa is empty. Yeah, it's a bit weird where Limsa is. Also, Shall We Dance is level 60, which I've not gotten to yet. Like, look at this. Like, I'm pretty... Like... Absolutely insane. Any whoosies. I need to... So, over in... You're over in... Not the Ruby Sea, not the Azim Steppes. Nope, you're not in Shinogane. You're in Gir Albania, aren't you, or something? Like, hang on a second. Sultan Watsamuhuzi is from... Yep. Alright, so potential spawns. Alright, I'm heading to Port Proteria. Let's have a look. Dun, 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 dun. The Aru Major Pharaohs. Nice. Alrighty. So... Dunk. Alrighty. Now, the question is, can I... split? Now, the question is, can I... If I go and click discard... No, I will do all 10. Okay. Discard. Yep. Ah, hematite. Yep. Alright, so I need to... Discard a boiled egg. Split 1. Split 1. Split 1. Nope, I discarded 5. That wasn't the correct thing to do. I'm gonna put you up here. Split 1. Why did you create so many of these? What in the world were you making that required all of these for a goldsmith achievement? I am at a loss of words. Alright. Discard. 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 Goldsmith achievements for 1,071 for level 71 to 80. Ah, okay. Wait, will the crafts in will the crafts during the cosmic exploration not contribute to that achievement? Because isn't everyone, like, doing, like, cosmic exploration crafting for, like, leveling and, like, you know, the relic tools? Not entirely sure, but I finished the 91 to 100 goldsmith achievements at the same point. Ah, okay, okay. Will we get a notice that, like, you know, Sultan Pepper has been summoned and such like that? Because, like, this is a lot of stuff to discard. You would, yes. Okay. Yeah, no mention of stuff being discarded or being summoned. Split. Riveting gameplay, I know, chat. We're discarding like 50 items in order to try and get something, You will sense a powerful presence or such. Ah, okay, okay. I didn't mean to sort. Just gonna discard that slab of slate because I didn't need that. Oh boy. This is a terrible way to summon things. Like, what in the world? Trust me, there's worse. Oh lord, there's worse. I wonder if someone has like created a macro to be like, you know, pick this slot here and then do split once. Through S rank in Southern Thailand, you have to not let a single fate fail for an entire... What? Oh, Jesus. That sounds terrible. Like, an entire hour, you have to be chasing after fates. Like, I can imagine that probably would have been doable, like, back when, like, Yokai Watch was doing a, collab. Because Yokai Watch has the whole thing of, like, you know, you go through, like, a whole series of fates in order to unlock their, stuff. Like, maybe during then? But I cannot imagine doing it now. Doing it solo is asking for failure. No one wants to do fates for a full hour. Not willingly. I feel like the only reason people were willing to do fates for a full hour is either because of the Yokai Watch or because of the relic weapon grind that you have to do for a Realm Reborn, which no one likes to do. Why do I feel like a hunt train in the past would have just been like, hey, let's go get, like, you know, 12 peeps or something like that to each of us discard, like, you know, X number of items rather than a singular person discarding 50. Also, does the value of the item matter when discarding them? I feel like it might not, but... You can stop discarding now. It's supposed to pop up after the 50th discard 100% of the time if it's ready to spawn. Ah, okay, okay. Well, I'm just gonna split some of these then. So I'm guessing the window isn't open right now, potentially? That would be the guess, yes. Interesting. In 5 hours before my stream today, so we'll see how that goes. All good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, so I've got like 30. 35, 36, 37, 38. Yeah, okay. Ding. Set home favorite. Nope, can't do it from here. I'd have to do it all the way back at Limsa of all places. They don't make this easy, do they? Alright. Back over to Goblin, because my girlfriend is over in Goblin. Man, I feel a little stupid for, like... There we go. Now it's a lot more manageable. Alright. Back to the Aether thingy-madiggy. Teleport back into, Goblin. And we'll see how we do. Also, let me give you a shout out while I'm at it, because you mentioned that you were going to be like streaming and what have you. There we go. Vibes-based coding, last playing Final Fantasy XIV. Nice. Visit another world server. Goblin. Back to Goblin we go. Dun 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 dun. We have successfully traveled to Goblin, and it is dead quiet. What a shame. Complete. Highland classical window. Well, we're definitely saving that one. Sell items in your inventory. Where is... There you are. Put it up for sale. Now... 2.5, 50,000, 49, 49, 49, 49, 48, 46, 50. Okay, so there used to be a time where it was, like, sold for 50,000 in, like, relatively quick succession. But it looks like someone has flooded the market with, like, 3,000s. Throw you in there for now. Let's see. Do I have anything of high quality? Actually, the Oriental tea set. 2,009. Ah, okay, so... You know what? Fuck it. 2,900. Throw you in there. Alright. So you're going through your retainer. Alright. You, meanwhile... It's always funny when my known for years find out I stream. It's hilarious when they find out I've been streaming for 10 years. God damn, 10 years is a while, I'll be real with you. I have only been doing this for like maybe 5 years, and it's like, it's very much in the case of like, I feel like I'm doing this like, because if I didn't stream, I would just be playing this video game in my spare time. That is the whole crux. Alright, and then you there. You're an old man when it comes to streaming. Streaming for more than 2 years apparently makes you an old man, according to some statistics. like post 2020, I don't know what but post 2020, like if you have streamed for longer than 2 years, apparently you're in like the top 90th percentile of like streaming accounts, because so many of them will just like stop streaming after a year or two. All right, now to find my girlfriend. Friends list. Let's have a look. Oh my god, code, you're still not... All right. Western Thanalan. Okay. Still hasn't made an adventuring plate. So... Eastern, Western. Ooh! I think I know where she is. I think I know where she is. Hang on a second. I can only think of a few reasons you would be over in Western Thanalan. I'm gonna be real with you. Dun 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 dun. Swap over to Scholar. Nope, not to the East Trinity Company. Vesper Bay. Here we go. Here we go. If I know why hide and seek, I would be terrible at hide. Like, here's the thing. You have it easier than I do because you can see where I am on the stream and what have you. But you're not streaming right now, so I have no idea where you are. And the thing is that, like, if you have, like, there is a possibility you're over in the Waking Sands right now. There is a potential, there's like a good potential that you're over there or are making your way over there. Also, it's around here that you need to go for the glamour. There's like, you need to talk to, I think it's this person over here. Swigem? You're gazing at me with lustful eyes. Don't even think tonight. Well, I shall say to you this. You have exquisite taste, my dear man. I dare say you have a future in color coordination. So yeah, so she teaches you about the glamour system and such. Alright, so let's have a look. You're in my peripherals. Oh boy. Here's the thing, is like I should see your nameplate. Let's see, so they're just doing random fighting. Dang. Time to be a little cheeky. And let me just double check the friends list once again. Yep, she's still over in Western Thanalan. Okay, okay. Now here's the problem, is like if I go into the Waking Sands, like the situation there is that I'm pretty sure entering into the Waking Sands will like open it up as an instance. You've stopped moving. Okay, so you have... Alrighty. Chat, now comes the real test of seeing where in the world is Artemis Snep. Let's see. I have no idea where you are. Wait, you have no idea what Vesper Bay is? Okay, so I feel like you should have ended up here at some point. Like, this is like the level 20 area. Alrighty, let's look around. You have not been there yet. Ah, okay. So you're not there yet. Okay. Let's see. Because Western Thanalan is a big place. Oh, you could be over here. Wait, picking up the next quest, perhaps. No, it doesn't seem like it. I am also not on my way there at this current rate. Well, you stopped walking, so there is that. But now I don't know if you're trying to do like a reverse psychology on me of like, ooh, am I going this way? Am I not? Who's to say? Pretty sure you just flew over me? Alright, so there's a Gigatoad there. No. Alright. How in the world does Code do this? How does he find me so quickly on the friends list? Okay, so apparently I flew over her, which means... Oh, there you are. I see you. Hi. There she is. There she is. Look at her. There she is. Hang on. G-pose. There she is. Look at her. Oh, there she is. She doesn't look impressed to see me. Although, cool attire. Cool attire. Damn, I look hot. Nice. There we are. Chad, this is Artemis Snap, otherwise Alize Faith, over in critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Alright, invite you to the party. What do you have you're level 26 right now. What do you have going on in your Final Fantasy XIVs? Also, bam. I can just turn my shades on. Going into the copper mine. Oh, you're going into blah 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 blah. Not the Howling Eye. Copperbell Mines, is that it? Alright, let's see if we can... Am I doing... Yep. Going in progress. Alright. One of your... Does not meet the requirements for this duty. Okay, you just need to complete your... Oh my god, it's Alpha and Omega! It's our little boys! It's such a shame that I can't select them and wave at them. They just go around exploring. Look at them. Look at these little guys. They're just exploring. Alright, let me know when you're ready for us to enter into the Copperbell Mines. Alright, so I'm using Scholar? Why am I using Scholar? Hang on. Classes. Because Scholar shares with Summoner, I believe, is why. Yep. There we go. Dink. Donk. Alright. You're all good? Alright. Let's do this. So, hopefully, because yeah, with one healer in here, hopefully it'll fill up relative. Yeah, there we go. Tank and healer get the advantage of opening up their queues way quicker. Lem Daydreamer. So yeah, the O slash also is like meant to be indication of a wave, by the by. Lem, I swear to Christ. I need to summon my... Where is... There we go. Alright, and then they have to pick up a key. So yeah, these peeps are probably going to be moving around this particular dungeon relatively quickly, I feel. Let's have a look at you. 19 Marauder. Yeah, this person's like a lot deeper into this. We're using their Lancer, so they've probably gone through this before as a Lancer. Alrighty. So, let's see. Are they going to do the run and gun? Yeah, it looks like it. Keep following us. You want to keep up with us. This is where we're doing what's called big pulls. Dun, 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 dun. Because there isn't a benefit in killing all the enemies, so sometimes if you can like just run through from one side of the dungeon to another, they will do that. All right, and then we hang a left. And there's these lightning spirits, which the Marauder will get. Go. So yeah, Lem's doing fairly all right. You know, just idling about. So yeah, also you get like a little bit of gil with each kill, which is really helpful. Meanwhile, Cortana over here is very impatient. They have definitely gone through a lot of this if they're over at Samurai, and they're just sort of like, let me get into the boss fights, please. They're just like running and gunning as fast. Yep, they know exactly what they need to pick up. So then we put the, alright, so we did the, collecting fire sand, and then once we collect the fire sand, we put it over in the rubble, and now the blasting device gets armed, and there we go, clears the shaft. Alright, this guy is gonna be a bit fun, because you'll do like a weird swing thing, so that like the puddle will like move from like one side to the other. Yep, you want to back away. And now we walk around. And there we go. And then we move out of the way. Hi there, Cap. Welcome, welcome. I am helping Artemis Snep through the whatsamahoozies, through the Copperbell Mines. This is her, I think, second or third dungeon right now. Oh, all right. We need to get out of the yellow. No. Oh, actually, if you stand there, nah, you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna get hit. And then, go. I'd hop on, but the step sibs are running amok. All good, all good. I am gonna pass on each of these things because I don't need them. Alrighty. Yeah. Alright, and then we pull the lift lever. Up, Lim's got it. And down we go. Alrighty, alrighty. Okay. Alright, so this is the part where we have to go into like one of two side chambers, pick up the blasting sand from the blast caps over here, and then we'll need to do the same thing on the other side. So if you want, some people do this where like once we engage like one of the blast caps, someone goes into the other room to pull the other AD, so then they're all in one room. Yep, looks like the samurai is doing that right now. Yeah, that's... Alright, so... Yeah, so Lem's picking up the fire sand, which means that once this blasting cap is dead, then we want to pick it up from them as well. Go, there we go. Alright, and now we just need to pick up the fire sand. Oh. Ratana got the fire sand first. Lem sets up the powder. And I hit the blasting device. And there we go. Another shaft cleared. There's a big delay between game and stream. Ah, okay, okay. Alright. There we go. Okay, you want to get away from the whatsamahoozy slimes. So yeah, so you can kind of guess where they're going to be when they pop out like that as well, like the blast radius. This here is safe. Alright, moving on over here to avoid There we go. Pass on that. I love how he's saying GG, even though we haven't, like, finished the dungeon yet. Ah, this part is always fun. Yeah, so they're going to avoid the fighting the monsters. There isn't a benefit to us fighting the monsters when going through dungeons, usually, so... Like, they will avoid some of them, because it's, like, a waste of time. Oh, hello, treasure chest. One moment. And then this and that. Alright, give you the quick heals. Go. And there. All right, I believe with this one we get the same mechanics as we did in the previous. Ooh. Oh. I swear to Christ if Cortana runs in there before. Actually, let me just... Yay! Alright, here we go. Oh, alright, get inside. Inside. That was not meant to be me. Oh boy. Yep, back on the inside because of the gigantic swing. Oh, you picked a bad time to do a Colossal Slam, considering you're right in front of the fucking... Why'd you do it while you're in the middle of the hit? Yeah. I'll give it to Lem. Lem did good. There we go. Da 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 da. Oh, because my Essos did that. Cool. Yeah, Essos will just randomly heal you. Just at. All right. Yay! Next step. Where to? Oh, fun fact. If you're on the map or what have you, and you, if you hold Control right-click, it will set up a map, and then it puts it into the little chat log, and then you can just do this. And then that way you can just click on that, and it shows, like, the map marker. Report to Painted Mesa. Ooh, okay, hang on. Painted Mesa, Painted Mesa, Painted Mesa, Painted Mesa. Give me a minute. I am not... Excuse me. Painted, back in Olda. Okay. Regalia time. Here we go. All right. Let me just do a little detour. So yeah, best way will be going through the steps of Nald. There we go. If you want to be in the VC, you're welcome to if you want. Just in case, like, stream delay and what have you. Follow.
Squeege_TV paid me to say pex 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 pex.
That's a lot of pecs. A lot of pecs. Never enough pecs. Dun 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 dun. Alright, so painted mesa. Ah, Jack, not the cactar! Totally uncalled for. At a moment of vulnerability, are you kidding me? So unfair. I'm just trying to help my girlfriend Artemis Snap go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. The absolute disrespect. Vulnerability, my ass. You're not shirtless. Not yet. Artemis is right now busy going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, and like, look at her drip. Also, I just realized her jacket is in the same purple as her hair, so this works out perfectly well for her. Like, look at her. Hey, Artemis! Uncalled for. But yeah, look at Artemis Snap. Like she went with the Vieira like me. So yeah, right now she's just going through. Is she going through a quest thing right now? It just has her sitting there right now. Neurons activate. Pecs. Subscribe to me and you get to earn channel points even faster. And you don't have to deal with any advertisement like this one right here. Just throw a 30-second advertisement just for shits and gigs. There we go. Ow. But yeah, look at my guy. Look at her. Excuse me. That was a good yawn, honestly.
Did you see it?
What did I miss? Hi there, Stormkiller the Game Warrior. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? You doing good? Welcome, welcome. I'm just helping out Alize Fifth. Good, how about you? I'm doing fairly good. I've already gone through like all of the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, and so, because I was able to convince Artemis Snap, my girlfriend, to go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV on the free trial, I am now helping her throughout the MSQ. Hi, Artemis.
Hello.
Yay. You good? You good now? Oh.
Yes, now that I have everything set up.
Nice. Awesome. Alrighty. So. Oh my... Why is there so many Lalafels here? What are they doing?
Huh?
Alright.
Okay. Interesting. Is the party still together?
Yeah, the party is still together. I can disband us. Is that like...
Yes, please, because it won't let me
Yeah.
do things. Hi, Jack.
If you ever want to leave, in the party like menu, you just like right click on yourself or something and just go to like leave party. So
Sweet.
yeah.
I'm learning things.
Yep. So I'll just dissolve the party. There you go. Now you're going into your cutscene. Welcome to the Lollipop Guild. This is an old joke. This is the Lollipop Gang over here. Doug Diggerless, Lucinda. Actually. Alright. And then, oh, look at that, a music. Do I have the music rolls from this guy? Yep. Okay, cool.
Oh, screaming.
But yeah, so I have already gone through most of Final Fantasy 14. Stormkiller, like I've already gone through all of the MSQ. As you can see here in the top left, it says to be continued, just, you know, up there, to be continued. Meanwhile, I have already gone through, so I've gone through the MSQ. I've gone through the raids for Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker, and Dawn Trail. I have not yet gone through the raids from A Realm Reborn, which is called the... Hi there, Ninasaurus. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I've not gone through the Coils of Bahamut. I kind of want to get a static together because no one does the Coils of Bahamut unless they do it unsynced. I kind of want to have an experience of the Coils of Bahamut synced and see what it's like.
A jerk that I really hope I get to stab with my lance.
Who's being a jerk?
Some merchant.
That doesn't narrow it
Accusing
down.
someone of stealing meat.
It doesn't narrow it down. You're in Old Daw. It's filled with capitalists and short people and short capitalists.
He's not short.
Okay. So yeah.
Got a couple of goons with him as well.
So yeah, so, you know, I've gone through much of the Final Fantasy 14s, and so I'm giving a little bit of help to my girlfriend to go through more of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14. So yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I will do on the side as well. Like, for instance...
Oh, I do get to beat up the grunts. Good.
I am currently going through the Discipline of Hand and Discipline of Land, like, nonsense, doing some XP grinding. This is honestly really annoying to do, but thank Christ, Cosmic Exploration, my beloved.
That's a great idea.
But yeah, so you got Discord community? I would join the... Nah, not anymore. Like, I have a private Discord, but like years and years ago, I had a I try to run a Discord server, but I am introverted as fuck. This here, me streaming to a live studio audience, to you know, the rich and, you know, diverse cast of Twitch viewers and such like that, this is the most extrovert that you are going to find me. Like, I tried doing the Discord server. It's a lot of work. Like, here's the thing. Streaming takes a lot of hats. Because not only do you have to play the video game, but you also have to be the social media coordinator. If you're running a Discord server, you're doing moderation there as well. You got to do event planning.
Hard to beat up. That was sad.
There's like a lot of things. And so yeah, like I've toned down my responsibilities for like streaming and such, because for me, this is just a hobby. This is just something to do for fun. Like, no longer am I like chasing after the grind of like, yes, I need to be streaming like, you know, X number of hours. I need to be going through like, you know, these telemetry markers, so then that way I get, you know, critical mass of like, you know, best number of viewers at my stream given my scope of level. I need to make sure to review these VODs so I can find these clippable moments, and I need to share those on the X and the Blue Sky, like all that is a lot of work to do. I very much just want to stream for the fun of it. If I make a little bit of money on the side, that's nice. It's lovely to happen. I'll do like small little incentive things here and there, such as, you know, you don't need to deal with advertisements if you're subscribed to me. There's all the, you know, cool little emotes over here, and like, you know, once in a while I'll try and do something like, I don't know, once we get up to 50 subs, then I will do a review and ranking of all the different apples that are available, and I'll eat and I'll take a bite out of each one available to me from my local Coles. So yeah. This is all just casual fun. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. So, I actually did get, like, I actually, like, looked through my backlog of clips and such like that, because I hadn't, like, shared clips onto, like, Blue Sky. So you mainly use X? No, I mainly use, Blue Sky. So, BSKY. So that's my like primary social media of like when I'm mentioning that I'm going live or anything like that. And like there's a lot of like I'll do a lot of retweets. I'll post like, you know, commissioned artwork or retweets of memes and such like that. Just be advised, it's a little not safe for work. So I try to use like the adult tags where I can for it. I like Blue Sky for that. I like that it's able to have, rather than X, I don't use Blue Sky. Lol, I installed it. Ah, okay. To each their own. But yeah, like Twitter or X.com, like they don't have like a system in place for like, oh, if you know, want to hide this post for people that aren't interested in adult content or mature content, here's a tag, so they have to like click in to allow it or something like that. They don't have that on Twitter. What they do have on Twitter is on my side, because I'm living in Australia, of, oh, hey, because of where you are nation-wise, we need you to confirm your identity before we can present this image to you. If I didn't live in Australia, I could see whatever boobs and vaginas that I wanted on Twitter, and they wouldn't give a fuck. But yeah, because I'm in Australia and they're like, this might be a bit not safe for work for you. You're gonna need to show us your government ID. And they ask you to present your government ID every single session. It doesn't matter if you're already signed in. They will just ask for your government ID every time you open up a Twitter session with your existing account. Yeah, really. Like, it's annoying. Like, Australia has put in a thing where it's like, hey, if you want to be a website presenting like, you know, at least, you know, 16 years of age or more, like there's a social media ban right now. If you are under the age of 16, you cannot have like a social media. You can't have access to certain websites like Facebook or Twitter or Reddit or like a dozen of other kinds of sites that are like social media wise. And in order to, and that's not enforced on the parents or the children. So it's not a case of, oh, we caught you going on these websites, you're going to get, no, that's not who the onerous is going to. In Australia, the onerous is on the websites themselves. So Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, and all these places had to be like, look, because we want to operate in Australia, we have to do this ID verification thing. I know it sucks, but we're going to go with the cheapest option that is available to us, where we can check your ID, confirm that you're at least 16 years old before we have you go to the rest of the site. Now, this is problematic for some people who are like, you know, private information advocates and what have you, because, you know, if you're on the internet and one of these websites decides to get compromised, there's a potentiality that they are holding onto your government ID, which is very dangerous for fraud purposes. Now, some people, I will be frank with you, come into that with like very little care for, you know, the fact that they've provided credit cards and all that kind of nonsense. Like, this is one of those things where like the internet was not made for only adults. It was made with a technological barrier, and as the years have gone on, the technological barrier has been reduced. Like year on year on year, until finally, even a child could be given an iPad and give unfettered access to the internet. There was never any solution besides it costs money to go on the internet. That was the only thing that was there originally. And now, you know, we're kind of going, ooh, maybe we don't want to give unfiltered access to the internet. So. Yeah. You beat up all the peeps.
Yeah. I have, and you have unmuted.
Yeah.
It was really weird seeing you in my peripheral talking, but I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to, like, you know, interrupt you during cutscene time. We were just going on about like, you know, the internet, how like in Australia and the UK they're like, oh, we need to see your ID before we let you go to these, like, you know, more mature sites. And like the problem of like, yeah, we can't, like, it's not a perfect solution right now. Like it's caused more problems than the solutions it was trying to save. And it's like, we're in the unfortunate state of like the internet just is not built for this future.
Eh.
Yeah, sorry, just need to stretch my neck. All right, hang on. Five. Down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then back forward. There we go.
I think my AirPods are losing battery.
Ah, okay.
I'm gonna have to jump off, otherwise you are going to get double everything.
Yeah, that won't be too great. At some point, you need to get those Gengar Razor headphones.
If I get this job at the library, sure, but currently, no.
Alright.
I mean, if I just put them on charge, they would have been fine, but I forgot to charge them this morning.
So yeah, they're not really meant for like gaming, like long hours and such like that anyway. Also, wait, don't they go into like a little case? And the case does the charging?
It's also flat.
Oh.
Second. I'll put the uncomfortable headphones on. Check. Switch over here. Alright. Stupidly oversized headphones are on.
Alright.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, I just gotta talk to her again to get to the next quest.
Ah, okay. So you handed in one quest and now you gotta talk to Momodi for the next one. Gotcha.
Yep. Why is it so much reading?
Because it's the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. This is how they decide to do it.
Okay, now into Vesper Bay.
Nice. Alrighty. You and I are probably not hearing the music at the same time.
Probably not.
Yeah. Alright, so you'll want to go through... You'll want to go through the steps of Nold, I believe? Yeah, which will end you up in Western Thanalan.
So, the way I just went.
Yeah. It's so strange to be in Limsa like in the evening our time because it's like barely anyone in Limsa. Normally it's like chock full of all kinds of character models.
Except for currently in Uldal, not Limsa.
No, well, fair. Yeah, we're in Uldal as well, which I was just reminiscing about the time when I was in Limsa, which is the much better city-state in my opinion. I think you overshot it. Yeah, you overshot it. This way. Here we go. And then... Don't question why a car can go down a set of stairs. It's advanced mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly. Alright. Yeah, basically nothing here should catch your enmity. Yeah. Cruising right along.
Just two bunnies in a car.
Yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, I love your top, by the by. I love that it actually like matches your hair color.
Completely unintentional. It was just the highest ranking piece of armor at the time.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. So yeah, so Vesper Bay, you're gonna be going to Vesper Bay a lot, I'm gonna say, so you're gonna need to get familiar. Have you synced to this Aetherite, by the by?
Nope.
Alright, I recommend syncing to this Aetherite because you are going to go to this thing a number of times.
I am attuned.
Yep. Alright, hop back in. So yeah, because now comes the part. This trip you will do so many times that they finally decided, like, I think it's partway through the MSQ that they're like, oh, here are some Vesper Bay Aetherite tickets. So you activate one of these tickets and it will drop you into Vesper Bay.
Nice.
Basically you do this trip like 24 times, I would say, before you reach level 50. Yep, I'm going the right way. Cool. I just had a momentary scare that I wasn't going the right way. And then yelling that I might want to finish my fucking dinner first before I do more chores, for fuck's sake. Alright. And I reckon... So this is Vesper Bay. There is no Aetherite here. Are you meant to be seeing like someone in over here?
Go to the Walking Sands.
Yep, Waking Sands.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm literally the person I need to talk to.
nice. So yeah, they will probably unlock the staircase. So you're probably talking to Tataru, I believe is her name.
I am indeed.
Nice. Yeah, so you're currently at the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Yes.
So. Oh my god, a Realm Reborn Urianger is still here. Yeah. So right now, she's probably just going through the cutscene now of being introduced to all the different Scions. So hang on a sec, if I go to here. Name of Tataru informs you that the Anticent awaits within. They meet with Minfilia, the leader of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who expresses her beliefs that your power, the Echo, is the key to solving the primal problem facing Eorzea. At the end of the lengthy exposition, she implores you to lend your strengths to the Scion's cause and entrusts you with the Order's password. Nice. Yeah. We have barely gone. So yeah, hang on a sec. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm better off going into the. Oh, so that's the Rascals. Where is? Main scenario. So they would have just entered level 15, entering its Sons of the Seventh Dawn. They are 30 quests in out of 241. Oh. What's oh, Jack? Is it just you going, oh? Just, oh. All good, all good. But yeah, so right now Artemis is just going through the MSQ, and I'm just waiting for her to go through this and such. This is so fun. Like honestly, I'm a little giddy that she's going through all this, quite frankly. So, and I don't want to like spoil her on like she's seen my streams, but like I'm hopeful that because of how far into the future of my streams that I am, that the elements from, you know, A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward won't like pop up and be a huge spoiler for her. I'm hopeful for that. So, yeah. She's still early days. Like I said, she is now 12% through the A Realm Reborn progress, amazingly enough. 12%. It's probably going to be a very long cutscene as well for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Good. Yeah, it would be at this point as well that if she wasn't on the free trial, she would have unlocked retainers, which are basically just like additional banks. But, you know, we're going through the free trial for her. She'll figure, like, it's costly getting a MMO subscription in this stage right now. Is it a lot of reading, or is it at least voice dialogue right now?
It's thankfully at least voice dialogue at the moment.
Nice, nice, nice. Get out of Waking Sands right now. So it looks like some of my retainers have completed. Oh, this is where I would have gone for all that stuff then. Travel to La Minsa and check on my retainers. Actually, what time is it? 9:40? Yeah, I'll probably swap them over to like longer time. Also, I don't like that it's this way around. There we go. Fixed it. Oh, that's right. Totally forgot. Let me just double check something. Okay, so I don't have. Alright, so cutscene done?
Cutscene is done.
Nice, 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 nice. So I'll get you into another thing. There's something I want to introduce to you. Like, you're not here yet, but if you ever do, like, once you reach, like, level 40, there... Wait, where are you? You're supposed to be in here.
No, I just exited there.
Yep. One moment. Here. Okay, so this must be, like, individual instanced or something like that once you're in the...
Mm-hmm.
Darn.
I'm
Okay.
outside at the moment.
All right, cool. All right. So. There you are. All right. I'm going to see. We're going to try something. Now,
Okay.
this is like the lowest. So this is one of the ways people like make money and what have you, or get gil and resources in this game is with treasure maps like this one. This is like the lowest grade one. You start getting them at like level 40 through gathering as like, you know, miner, botanist, or fishing. So there's like different levels and stuff like that. So this one will be easy enough for us to do together. Although I don't think you've unlocked this place. No. I don't think you have yet. No, I don't think you have. Right. Darn. I was really hoping it would be somewhere in like North Shroud or Eastern Thanalan or what have you. But yeah, the next quest has you going over to Old Da, doesn't it?
Camp Drybone,
Oh,
wherever that is.
that is over in... No, that's Blackbush. Nope, that's Central. Ooh, we're going all the way to Eastern Thanalan. Okay, okay. Alright, this one is going to be a bit of a drive. Alright, let me just speed this up just a little bit. So yeah, because we're gonna have to cross over like several places. So, because we're here over in Western Thanalan, we have to go out through Central and then out into Eastern.
Okay.
So, we've got a ways to go, and I need to make sure I don't crash when I try and get us out of this place. So. Oh yeah, and there's like random fates here. Although one's gonna be done in like 4 minutes, the other's gonna be done in less than that. So yeah, I'm gonna try and avoid those getting hit. There we go. Alright. Change around to Central. Alright. You've already synced up to the Black Brush station.
Nope.
All
Not been in this area.
Never? I feel like you would.
Nope.
I feel like you would have at least once.
Nope. It just said discovered a new area.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Let's have you sync up here. So, because down to the south is the Spineless Basin. Like we like just outside of Ul'dah again. So, and now we have to go through a place called the Clutch. All right, you synced?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, cool. So as you can see, so yeah, low level stuff for most of it. And then we cross over this bridge and things jump from level 5 to 10. Sometimes there's a fate where you gotta fight some, like, I know there's giant frogs here, but there's even bigger frogs here sometimes.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, I think it's right there. Yeah, look, there he is. That there. Right there.
I can see the car. Yeah, there we go.
Scroll out.
Oh, he's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. So, all right, on to Eastern Thanalan. All right. New.
Hey, look at that! I just leveled up again.
You're just driving around discovering places and it's just like, oh, level up.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll go through the levels really quickly. Like, to put into context, you are 12% of the way through A Realm Reborn. There's a lot of post A Realm Reborn quests you need to go through when you're like max level 50. And then you're like only 3% of the way throughout the entirety of the MSQ. Anyway, you want to sync up to this Aetherite behind us.
And I wanted to go talk to a guy in front of us.
Oh, amazing. What timing? Hell yeah.
Okay, there he is.
Alright, let me see. Is there... Isambard. Oh, some of these peeps are, what's-a-mahoozies? Come on, brain. You can do this. This man is struggling to carry a box.
Never heavy books.
He's a Rogadin. He's a big, strong fella. He should know how to pick up a box.
Maybe he hasn't had any protein today.
Might be. Maybe.
Okay, I am off to retrieve corpses.
Oh, that's probably up at the Church of Saint Adama? Is that where we're going?
Trying to find where the things are. South of the camp, by the looks of it.
Ah, okay. So, possibly over to Halatali then. Alright. Easiest way out of camp is up the ramp. Sometimes I wish my map would, like, just show, like, oh, this is the quote-unquote, like, approximate level for this area. So... just double check. This is gonna take time. Oop. Oh, this is where the corpses are. Okay.
Hostile presence.
Yep.
You die now.
You got this. Neat work on the stun there.
Thank you. Okay, and then back to camp.
Alrighty. Just hang a right here.
You're right.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
While we're not, so long as you don't enter combat, any fall damage will not be lethal.
Okay.
So even if you like drop like, 100 times the height, like you will always have like the tiniest sliver.
Damn, that was not a tiny sliver.
No. What I mean is that like even if it's like, basically dropping like a kilometer down, it will still leave you with like maybe a percentage of your health left. So
Okay.
if running away from adversaries though, do not take the risk of fall damage and such like that. Only do it when you're out of combat.
Okay.
Goodness gracious. So tired. Yeah. I'm probably gonna go and get my stream, like, finished up at this hour, because, like, it's almost 10 o'clock. I've streamed for, like, at least 4 hours, and, I very much would love to just, like, keep hanging out with you in the VC and such, and help you with the MSQ and such, and everything. So, a lot of viewers probably won't see what you're doing as well.
No, they won't.
No. So, yeah, probably is a good time as any to, like, get going and what have you. So, yeah. That's it for me tonight. I will be back online Sunday morning. Sunday morning, I am going to be going through... Sorry, I just need to scratch the top of my knee. Now I'm scratching my ankle. There we go. I will be going through more of Diablo 2 Sunday morning. So any of you like American viewers out there, if you are having a problem with me streaming at like the middle of the night for you, Sunday morning, which is Saturday evening for you, is probably a good time because I will be going through Diablo 2 with Code the Yoshi and Velk Torem, two of my moderators and what have you. So yeah. Let me have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. So then that way you have an opportunity to, enjoy always some more. Oh, is there an advertisement going off right now? No, I don't think there's an advertisement going. All right. Let's see who is online and who we can go and raid. Shadowpen is streaming again, going through some more nonsense. We got people trying to get into new phases. Someone new. Let's see. Let us see. I reckon. Let me have a look. Who am I following right now that's online? Alright, so we got Kusaki, we got Jimmy, we got Bark, Sign, Nantuck. Oh, Nantuck is starting relatively soon, actually. Going to scouts with our marbles. Maybe not that. Bulbasaurus, dang, nubs. Let us see. You know what? Let's go. I have not raided to them in a long time. Like, actually. Alright. We're gonna go raid into Scribbly Noodle. I have not, like, raided into I've not seen any of their stuff in a long time. So we'll go raid into them, and we're gonna go with the short and sweet himbo raid, where it's just all caps himbo raid with a little arrival. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes you want that you think are appropriate for our himbo raid. I will be using my ones. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I like the more casual nature of Final Fantasy XIV, like going through whatever it is that I wanted. It was kind of cool going through some dungeons a little more. We were a lot slower, I will be frank with you near the end there, but I wanted to enjoy some nice quiet time with my girlfriend at this point, and I very much want to help her with the MSQ. Artemis, thank you for jumping into Final Fantasy XIV, and I hope we get to play a little more of it before I go to bed tonight. So, yeah. And for everyone else, hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, and if I don't see you Sunday morning for Diablo 2, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.